Good afternoon. Hello, hello. Yeah, my landlord was plowing just before I started to stream. So, yeah, it's deep enough for that. I'll probably clean off my car after stream later today. I'll have to clean it off again, but that's fine. Whatever. How you guys doing? Welcome. At least I won't have to clean it all off at like one time. You know, you do it a few times so it isn't that bad at the end, you know? Anyway, welcome. How you doing? Bridgewater, John Mega, House, welcome. So I was a little late today because what I was planning on eating, the fucking rat got into. So that changed my plans a little bit. And that was that's a first since I've lived here, by the way. The rat getting the food I was planning on eating. I had one get into like a leftover pizza box a year or so ago. But I caught and killed that one. So, rat or a mouse or something. I don't know. A little fucker that got into my rolls. The little shit. So I set one trap. I'm gonna set some more after stream. I've got some spares. Get rid of that little fucker. But anyway, so I was working on this a little bit yesterday, and I've it's a constant cycle of making something work, then breaking it, then making it work, then breaking it, making it work, breaking it. It's a constant cycle of that, right? Currently, it is broken because of well, this stuff down here. Yeah. It turns out the top of the fridge is not a safe spot for food. Whoops. But yeah, so I have this stuff decoding correctly, I think, mostly. So I started with the formatting of everything, right? Getting formatting into a good spot, easily modifiable, all that kind of stuff, which prompted me to rework how I am handling parsing out data ranges, separate from code ranges, right? So I've changed that up a little bit to work a little bit differently. Yeah. Constant cycle of 30 minutes productivity in 4 hours of being distracted. Yeah, so that happens too, right? Or, I mean, the time scales are a little different for me, but yeah, I'll be working on something in this for a little while, then I'll hit a wall or something, then I'll, you know, go put some Factorio or whatever. I'm back on Aquilo trying to you know, defrost that entire thing and figure out a good solution for autonomous maintenance. I don't know. I don't want to have to keep traveling back there. Every other planet I can manage remotely except Aquilo. So I have to actually be there to do shit. They just need to shorten the distraction period, possible length of the production. No. But anyway, so what I've changed since last time, so this is the main like decoding loop, I guess, right? So well, I say past one, but that's not really true necessarily. So for each bank, we're decoding everything. This is the main instruction decoding stuff here. If it's not code, we'll come back to it later. Skip it. Because the idea is, well, let me go over here actually. Types. I need to reorganize where all this shit lives too. The idea is to have a single object that has all of the data from a defined range, right? So if there's 64 bytes in a range, all 64 of those bytes are going to be in this data field, right? And the way I will you know, save that, I guess, keep track of it. Where is it? In here. So I've got decoded. Same idea with how I keep track of labels and ranges over here, where like if a label or a range is more than 1 byte long, there's one object that is pointed to at each of those addresses. Same idea here. This is an interface, which I don't know why, but for some reason I forgot, I guess, that interfaces existed last week. So I was doing things the hard way instead of the easier way, which was make an interface, code to the interface, right? So I rediscovered that when figuring out how to make labels work. So if I go over to, let's start in here, label. So label manager, right here. That's the interface that I'm using for all the label stuff. Get a label, set a label, get a range, right? This is only used for auto labels. And this is not implemented in this namespace and types. This is implemented outside of that, but everything that needs labels in here uses this interface. So if I go over here, this is what actually, this is the actual implementation for all this stuff. Heavy use of maps for everything. Heavy use of maps. And I figure, so this is using Windows, right? Bank Windows and all that. But notably, Windows aren't required to be defined in your configuration. So I figure instead of trying to like figure out default window stuff, instead I could just make another label manager that's just like, oh, global labels, screw it, and doesn't do any of the windowing nonsense, right? But implementing that would just be making another one of these, right? And then just passing that along and doing all that. Yeah, like doing that here, right? So I'm not too worried about that quite yet. But right now, so I think I have right here. So this is the ranges. I think I have ranges, quote unquote, decoded correctly. I think. I haven't been able to confirm that yet though, because I don't have the output working yet. I started code on this, but I haven't finished it yet, which is why it doesn't work. I started the idea of figuring out the basics for Disassembler. Ended up figuring out some details on how external file systems work in old school Macintosh systems. Really neat. All right. All right. So basically, I want a formatter that handles all of the formatting stuff, right? So the formatter will take an object, in this case the ASM line, which is either a decoded instruction or grouped data, right? Ranges. And this formatter will format the source in a way that is configured or what have you, right? But the formatter doesn't care about the underlying instruction or if it's data or whatever, right? In theory, anyway. But anyway, so this is what I haven't fixed yet. Basically, the calling for all this. So this right here is for each bank. Create the output. Create a formatter for the output. For each address in that bank, we're going to look at that address as it was decoded. If it is nil, though, I do want to panic and say, hey, because every address should be occupied with something. If not, we need to know why. Yeah. My fingers are warm up, so I'm going to drop for a bit and get back to dealing with snow. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Stay warm. Stay warm. All right. Declare not use formatter. Yep, so that's going to take over this here. Do I have like a... I don't think I do. All right, so I can just do that. And then this guy, so formatter dot right. The address is going to be I. Oop, oop, oop. And the line is going to be this guy. Deck raw doesn't exist. But I need the size of that. No, not that. I need in here. Is it in here? No. No, it's not. It's in here. Line count. I'll probably be using that later. Raw string. Nope. I need a size or a length. Here. So I can, let me return that as uint so I don't have to worry about the conversion here. Deck dot length. And then I'm going to get other errors about that not being a thing. Can I use the, yep, does not implement, does not implement, does not implement. Fair. Okay. The 5 meters of snow they had in Russia. Yeah, I heard about that. God. It's a little much, I think. A little much. All right, so decoded data. So I need a func dd decoded data length uint return uint length dd.data. And then the other one, decoded instruction, decoded data. What the fuck? Oh yeah, okay. Decoded data. Oh, that second one is just is a repeat of the first error. Okay. Yeah, then decoded instruction. So this is gonna be func di decoded instruction length uint. This should, I think, always be, well, return length uint of the length of di.args plus 1. That'll work. That should always be filled non-nil, but I don't want to have to do a nil check, so I'm not going to. Time to dig tunnels instead of shoveling. I mean, I've seen a few videos where, like, the video starts, like, inside a car, right? And it's covered in snow. You can see it's covered in snow, right? And then the cameraman just, like, starts backing up. And then you start seeing the outside of the car, and you know, the doors cleared off, right? But you can't see the back half of the car, can't see the front half of the car. And you can see the snow on the roof, right? Then it backs away some more. And you notice, oh, wait. We're in a tunnel. And he keeps backing up until he's eventually out of the tunnel and someone's standing on top of where the car was. Oh shit, that compiled! Oh my god! Is that gonna work? Nope! I've got an infinite loop somewhere. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Brett, how you doing? That ain't good. Fuck. So that print is here. Offset. This does get incremented, right? No! Ah! Shit! It doesn't. Offset plus plus. Offset plus plus. Okay, because the continues is finding stuff that isn't code. and shitting itself. There we go. Overlaps. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go for Tech 801. Then code not compiling is the first try. Is your code compiling first try? Yeah. Yeah. Because then you're like, wait a minute. What broke? What broke and I didn't notice it? Like, oh no. There's a bug in there that I don't know about. No. Range at. Okay, so let's have a look at our test data. Test data. Bank fixed. Okay. D2AC. There isn't one there, though. What the fuck? It's just these two. Where the hell is it getting D2AC from? Is my math is fucking wrong, isn't it? Bet you it is. No, shush. Quiet. Walking to the top of a stop sign. My God. That is so much fucking snow. Holy shit. D2A9 plus 8 includes D2AC. Yeah. So that means that I've got a bunch of math wrong down here. So that's cool. I earlier today especially, I was confusing myself with CPU address versus offset in data, right? And going between the two. So here, range at address, that first address should be the thing that's getting overlapped. All right. No, not that one. Thing. Ranger specifically. Okay. Well. Huh? Wait a minute. What the fuck? Let's get rid of that because this is old stuff that no longer works. Okay, so the idea with this stuff here is I'm looping through the ranges in the bank and I'm consuming the entire thing, right? So I'm looking if it's words or not. So this one is a block of words, this one's a block of bytes, right? A block of bytes. Okay, so it's doing this one. Am I not? I'm not incrementing offset, am I? That shouldn't matter because I'm looping through the ranges. Bank.name, start, and RNG. is it doing it twice? Why is that range in there twice? What the fuck? Huh? Fucking what? That out real quick. Okay. Parsed 1 range, parsed 11 ranges. Why? Actually, so the 11, that one I think is actually valid. So I did start, yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so that's good there. So it's parsing the correct number. Okay. So in the verify for these, not in there, types bank. In here, for the verify, I think I'm expanding that. Right here. So this one doesn't have any overlaps, because that would error out then. And that is config read. That's done in here somewhere. That verify, so it would error out. Okay. No, it wouldn't. Oh. Label overlap. Label overlap. Label overlap. What the fuck? Range overlap. That's this here. That's the SPX. B to AA. I don't have a label at that. The fuck? Am I setting a label for every single goddamn byte here? Am I really doing that? I'm doing that, aren't I? What do you mean undefined I? How dare you? Label overlap, range overlap. Go to hell. So I just can have be both in range and have a label. No, it should be able to. So if the range has a name or a comment, right? It creates a label, but it won't let you overwrite a label that's already there, that you already define, right? At least that's the idea behind it. And during this verify, it expands that single entry of the definition of the label of the range rather into. I just realized. Hang on, I need I here. I plus into like basically a lookup table. What the hell am I doing wrong here? Label overlap. So it hits this one. No, it doesn't hit that one. B1. What the fuck? Why is that in here? Okay, that one is valid, actually. That's... Yes. Uh-huh. That was a correct error message, actually. Yes. 8186. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to search for 8186. Huh. That is also a valid error message. Neat. Okay. I didn't save. All right, so now we're back to the, hey, we found something else. Okay. Processing range. Why are there 8? There shouldn't be 8 of them. There should just be 1. No, wait a minute. No, no, because I'm adding. Oh God. No, that's right. Maybe? Okay, so let's do this then. Well, no, hang on. So, because that needs to be in there. Because type looks at that. Yeah, type looks at that. So that has to be in there, which means I can't loop over it like this. I mean, not like that. I can't loop over it like that here. I do note that the label now only checks the first address of the range and contains that address for every spot in the range. Not sure if that's correct. Yes. Yes, that is correct. For labels that are more than 1 byte long, for this one, a range is the label is gonna be the same size of the range. So when dereferencing it, essentially, you can do label plus whatever, label plus 1, label plus 2, label plus 3, because then you'll get when looking at the label for a given address, if that address doesn't match the label's defined address, I can do a little bit of math and be, oh, this one's off by however, so it's label plus whatever. Yeah. Bloody Pete, how you doing? Do I do game development? Not a lot, really. I mean, I do a lot of NES related stuff. Been doing a lot of reverse engineering and disassembly recently. I have written some ROMs on stream. They're not necessarily complete, but yeah, I do a little bit of it. Yeah, it's all for retro stuff. It's nothing for anything new. Yeah. I think that my part might be correct. It does have to override any labels in the range other than the first one, though. That is true. Yeah, so I guess I would want to handle that. That's probably why I had it in here, actually. Oh, and this. If label is not nil, by the way, number 1, we're going to do that. We're going to take this, put it there, like that, make this thing again. Do one of these so I can get the actual address. That's going to be RNG address plus I. Plus I. So we get the actual address, the offending address, rather. I'll still do that, whatever, it's fine. All right, but, so over here, I have to... I have to loop through these differently. Check. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yep. Thank you. Hang on. Okay. Let's make sure my landlord's not texting me. He's, like I said, he was out plowing. Okay. So I gotta do something different for this. I can't do it that way. I have to go based on the actual address range. So I need to do something similar that I was doing with the other loop. This guy up here. I need an update on the Gleba base. Gleba's actually doing okay, believe it or not. I don't think I have any recent screenshots from it. There's Factorio on here. Yeah, I don't think I have any recent screenshots. This is something else. Oh, yeah, that's pain. Yep. Yeah, well... Oh no, that's from when I was getting overrun. I've since fixed that. Yeah, I don't have any updates to show, unfortunately, but it's working. It's working and fully automated and hasn't been stomped on yet. So yeah. Oh yes, befriending the local wildlife. Yeah, more like evicting the local wildlife. I had to set up another farm for one of the inputs. Because I kept running out of the Yamakomush, I think that's what it was called. The not brain looking one, the fruit looking one. Because I kept running out of resources for that, and then that stalled fucking everything. And then I ran out of power because I couldn't have enough resources for the fuel for the power, and it was a whole mess. But I've since fixed that. I moved on to freezing in Aquilo. Don't want it to stay. They should have paid rent. Exactly. But yeah, so I've got automated science from Gleba that works. That works fine. I don't have to really touch it, which is real nice. So now I'm working on first getting to and from Aquilo reliably without dying. So I have to go through some iterations for some sort of transport to and from, because that's a mess, and figuring out how to keep everything defrosted. At first I was doing just like the solid fuel as a byproduct of some of the stuff on there, right? Making it on planet. But apparently the ratios are a little scuffed for that. I have too much ice. I have too much ice that I ended up importing some recyclers, and I just throw ice into the recyclers until it's all gone. Just if I can get rid of it, because it keeps clogging shit up. But yeah, I got to figure something else out there. And I've started to import nuclear fuel, and I'm building out nuclear power there to keep everything heated and powered. But in order for that to stay alive, I need a steady flow of fuel. So yeah, fun. Yeah, I'll just yoink this again. Yeah, I'll yoink that again. Use that here. Yeah, ranges specifically. Get rid of that. Excuse me. No, I need to get the need some of this. Yoink, paste. Type equals range code plus. That should be fine. And then this is the same thing from over here, just reordered, basically. Okay. Oh, no, I need adder like that. And then these guys will just be using the address, I think. No. No, it won't. Okay, well, I will be using that. Step, how you doing? Good to see you too. Okay, so range words or range data. So I need a length of these guys, and basically I'm going to consume that entire length of it, and then add on the offset plus equals RNG dot size. So we move past it. But my brain decided to look at apartments, even though I still have a bit over 2 months before I can realistically look for one. Well. All right. So RNG isn't defined here. I could just use 2IP actually, like that. I will need the range though. So we're getting rid of that. We are going to use RNG equals bank dot ranges offset plus bank dot address. This doesn't feel right, that math, but sure. Research? Market research? What? Market research. What are you talking about? Yeah, RNG.type there. Decoded data. Yeah, we'll need that. Oh, the apartments. Gotcha. Yeah, fair. Fair. That should be right? Maybe? Declared not used. Okay. Okay. 1 6 to 1. Why are you out in the snow today? What? Loud car go by. Ah! Coded. 110. Oh, because that oh, well, that's why. Okay, yeah, I don't actually need that there. Yeah, fair. Undefined start. Okay. 117. There. TYP. Start and start again. 136. Offset plus bank dot address. Segfault. Woo! Invalid. Neato. 112. Really? Really? Nil range at C1000. Huh? What? Also in the file or into the bank? That should be offset into the file. Should be. And this is part of my problem, I think, is I'm confusing some of this stuff. Which isn't good. The offset to address back and forth. But that shouldn't be nil there. Yeah, so let's go over here and test data and then this. So bank.offset is this right here, right? Offset into the file itself. Address is the CPU address at the start of that offset. I think the loop itself, I think, is right. Offset plus size, right? Probably need offset minus bank offset plus bank address. Yeah, that's... Didn't I have that somewhere else as well? Like up here, maybe? I could have swore I did. There. Yes. No, it's still wrong. If you said loop from 0 to bank size, then that is the bank. Okay. For offset is uint 0. Offset is less than bank dot size. Okay. Now offset plus bank dot offset yeah offset there and an input. Okay. And then this, bank ranges, so that would just be the offset plus the bank address at that point, because this is CPU address space here. Maybe loop as index and create offset and address variables. I could do that. So the offset into the data. Next in a raw is index plus bank dot offset. Address is index plus bank dot address. That seems really simple. Am I doing that right? So this here should just be address. Bank name at address. Making that so space to the point, yeah. Processing range at address. No, that should be index plus plus. Offset and address shouldn't be modified inside a loop. Only index. Less than size. That should be good. Offset plus I. See, these are doing it a similar way, where I start at 0 and go to size. Yeah, start at 0, go to size. And here, I just equals offset less than. So, no, I is 0, UN 0, less than size. I plus offset. No, I put address, because address space. Address is that. So range at. Range at. I plus address starting at address in bank is already something else. Undefined office. Fair. Where? Here. That's one of them. That was 156. So 121 address, lowercase that, and 111. Nil range at bank fixed. How? That's where all of it should be starting. 149. Oh, yep. I plus address. Test just how you doing? Welcome. Should increment index, not offset. Oh, yep. Distracted by Street View? What? Okay, so why are they nil? They should not be nil. Should not be nil. No, it should. No, I think you're right, actually. Hang on. You're right. It defaults to code. Let's do this. If range is nil or it's code. That's why I've got this shit. Oh my god. Whatever. Okay. All right, range at B2, starting at B2, in bank 1, overlaps something else. Decoded instruction. Really? I need to do the ranges first, actually. Before the instructions. I'm gonna grab that. Go above the instruction loop. Do that. And then, well, type here. That should be what's... Hang on. Wait a minute. Type uses the wrong math. Oh, so hang on, let me keep this in the right spot. 1000. This here. So yeah, let me change this to use the same stuff as this. For index uint 0. Index less than bank.size. Do that. Oh, this is all. I gotta change all this stuff. Hang on. Offset. Yeah. Address. Offset. Offset. Address index. Address. Oh wait, that's a different adder. That's a different adder. That's a relative address. Okay. Wait, what the fuck is? Okay, that doesn't seem right. I think I did some trial and error with that actually. Relative address equals address plus int int address plus arg. I think it's +2 there. And then you and all that. Maybe. Nope. Okay. Address plus I. I is less than. That's correct. Okay. B449. Decoded instruction. Okay, what the hell? That shouldn't overlap like that. I got further. Test data is bank 1. This is with the more data. Bank 1 B449. Okay. That has an instruction decoded. Why does that have an instruction decoded? Oops. The hell? I don't even have Oh god. All right. What the fuck? 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 No! That is incredibly wrong. That is wrong on so many levels. UV48 one earlier. Yeah. Yeah, this is all data. And these tables, like these tables shouldn't be decoded like that at all. Let me do this. Okay. It errored out, so it didn't actually write anything. Okay, so that's old data there. Okay, fine. Fine. This doesn't explain that though. I need to get I think I need the ranges dumped to a debug file, honestly. Bu- 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 bu. Okay. Debug. Print F. $sign for X nil new line adder. Else link paste adder and RNG. Actually, I don't have to worry about that. Print F. Okay, F print F. All right, now, what did it write? Bank 1 that debug. Because we are in bank 1 that breaks. Yep. It's not what I wanted to do, actually. But I mean, I guess it gives me the information that I wanted. Not the information I wanted, though. I want yoink that. Paste. O4X space that new line adder. Oh, God damn, stop that. Sorry, not use RNG. I is less than bank dot address plus bank dot size I plus plus. There we go. Okay. B449. What are you? Range bytes. For a single byte? What? 448. Wait a minute. Okay, so that's taking. That was digital size was 1. Why are all these size 1 actually? Hang on, that's not right. Test data. I don't think. Banco 1. No, not the bug. Not the debug file. Excuse me. I don't implement end, do I? I don't think I don't implement parsing end. Oh my god. Hang on. Config parse. No, it's gonna be in the verify stage of that. Test data. No, not test data. Types bank verify here. If RNG dot size equals 0 or RNG dot no and RNG dot end equals 0. Link, paste. Range with no size. Right, because yep. They're all size 1 though. Hang on. Where do I set that? All size is 1, right, because it's in the, yup. I do remember actually setting that. Hang on, because that is in over here, default range size 1. Size 0. Bam. I'm not parsing the size correctly. Parse range. Yeah. Okay. Something come up then next size. Number val size is num. RNG size. Okay. I need end in there as well. End. And case. End. I need that. Oh, fuck. I need that actually defined somewhere, because the verify stage is what will figure that shit out. Verify. Okay. That'll never happen because it's uint. If r.size equals 0 and r.end equals 0, okay. If r.size does not equal 0 and r.end does not equal 0, range specifies both size and end. Okay. R dot size equals R dot end minus R dot address. I think. Because size is what we're using for basically everything here. Errors encountered. Range with no size. They all have ends. Where the fuck? That's in parse. Maybe? Hang on. What? For Chivalry. I want to verify that n is greater than address. That's true too. Yeah. If r dot end is less than r dot address, yoink. Paste. Range end before address. Let me change that then. Range with no size. Where am I printing that out? What the hell? Let's equal. Let's just accept 0 size ranges. Hang on. Type spank. Give me a number on that. 163. 163. Not enough to call verify. Oh, right. That needs the bank start and end. Bank dot address and bank dot address plus bank dot size. And if I bank, how dare you? It's B. It's B. There's the overlap again. I think I've gotten off by one somewhere, I think. Okay. F 448. I need a +1 on that. Okay. Yay, out by 1 errors. Woo! Range, and then That is kind of almost correct, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That may or may not be correct. Yeah, and is inclusive. Okay. Okay, we're doubling up on labels here. So okay, but Ooh, oh, that's actually working. Look at that. It's doing the thing. That neato. Okay. All right. All right. I think I can get to, or I can move on to the actual formatting end of it now. Because those labels are part of the formatting when it prints out. God. I've got to figure out. That's cool. It actually dropped down the anonymous label. I like that. I have to figure out the counts for that though. Yeah, right. I need the counts, so that would be like, a minus whatever. Okay. 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 This is good. All right. All right. First, hang on. I actually added this to get the other day. Diff config star. Add those. I'm not adding that yet. Diff types. Okay, we're gonna delete that because that's old stuff, old shit. Yeah. Okay. So where is that commented out? Yeah, this there can never be negative. Label I'm not going to add. Okay, so let's start at the top there for this. Adder data. Adder data. This one has a bunch of this has a bunch of the shit that I want to get rid of. Yep, multi-line stuff. Yep. Get rid of that. I need to rename that file. I don't want to diff that. I wanted to add that. Diff types bank. Oh, I made a lot of changes with this. Set type we need to get rid of. Types bank. As well as that, because I moved somewhere else. And that. That's that formatting shit. Do I have a less than 0 in here again? These will never be negative because they are of type uint. So they cannot be negative. That will fail on the parsing side. And that. Diff types label. We're not adding that yet. range. Grab that. Add those. Diff. Types ASM. Oh, that way we need to actually add that. Diff label manager. This guy here. We're not adding that yet. DASM. I think I'm just gonna blanket add everything here. Yeah. Git add. Okay. All right. And I think I have, hang on, let me just do that for a quick second. Give me a hang on a second. I think it shows the password prompt in the console here. Oh, it didn't. Okay. No. That's fine. We're good. We're good. Line 73, you don't want less than equal when end is inclusive. Since start equals, end is fine. Give size 1. This here, you mean? All right. Types range, git commit amend. Okay, we're gonna cat state. This is stuff from before the label manager crap, so that I'm just gonna get rid of. Get rid of that. Okay. Git ignore. I don't have a git ignore, really? Start ASM, start debug. Star.bin. That's better. Sample.toml? Oh my god. Get rid of that shit. Nah, the range can be a simple byte. Formatter. I forgot to add formatter. Doodletent. Doodleent? Do talent. Talent. How you doing? Welcome. It's been a while since I played that. A long while. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. You watch Jitspo on here too? I don't know if he's live right now, but he streams a lot on Twitch as well. One day when I had started streaming a while back, and then one day looking for someone to raid at the end of a stream, I just see him live. I'm like, wait a minute. What do you mean you've been streaming all this time? What the hell? What are you doing here? Still an active action community nowadays. That's good to hear. I need to like reinstall that and hop in for some of the Saturday get-togethers. Yeah, I've been all right. I'm doing a lot of retro stuff. Right now I'm working on a disassembler for the Famicom, or the NES/Famicom. I've got a bad habit of buying weird, obscure hardware for the thing, and figuring out how it works, which is why I have some hardware in pieces right here. Right, that's part of the reason anyway. That's not why this specific thing is in pieces. This specific thing is in pieces because it's not working right now. But I'll fix that eventually. But yeah. But how you doing? Wait, disassembler in assembly. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about writing a disassembler in assembly. That sounds like a pain in the ass. No. I do want to get back. I do want to revive some of my my old paintball maps that I never like finished. I dug some of them up the other day, and God, that was a fucking nostalgia trip. Holy shit. So I think I released like what two maps. One of them was an absolute goddamn nightmare because all it was like a grid of teleporters. It was just chaos. Just absolute fucking chaos. Another one is actually like a proper one, and that's in rotations. That map, I think I called it like Nightmare or some shit. People actually play that map. Oh my god. I remember when I was making that map, trying to figure out like where all the teleporters went. Cause I was in a dorm. I was in college in a dorm, and I used my roommate's printer. And I accidentally printed it in color. He was all pissed off because he used a bunch of color. Yeah, once you figure out like what the teleporters are, you're fine. Once you get off that path, you're fucked. And I do not remember at all what the what the sequence is. I think I had it like different for both sides too. Like it wasn't mirrored in any way. It was just like random. Yeah. That was one of those like what if maps, like right? Like it's one of the ones where I didn't stop to think, stop to consider whether or not I should. Right? I was so focused on whether or not I could that I did not stop to think of whether or not I should. that was that map. God, that is actually surprising that map is still in rotation. I don't even think I have the files for that anymore. Do I have some of those unfinished map files? So maybe. So this is the thing. So those maps were like half a dozen hard drives ago, right? The laptop that I made those on no longer exists. Or rather, it exists in several pieces. The hard drive is God only knows where, if it's still even in one piece. I do know I have shattered some hard drives because glass plates or whatever, right? But that said, I have copied data to new things every once in a while. If I could just remember like where I put some, because I somewhat recently, like on this machine, on this current computer, I have some of them. I just don't remember where. Because yeah, so there was two maps that I remember that were unfinished. One of them I posted on the forums as like a preview, I think. That was Knack's basement. Right? It's like a lava-based kind of thing. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Oh wait, you got like 13 seconds. Where is this though? VBox stuff, VirtualBox stuff. It ain't there. I don't think. All right, ads done. Maybe, hopefully. Sorry, if I don't have ads, it will trigger pre-rolls, which are ads when you first come into first load up a channel, and those are atrocious. So I opt to have the ads during the stream instead of having ungodly pre-rolls. Because the last thing someone wants to see when they open up an unknown streamer is to, see ads. All right, I don't know. But yeah, so like I was saying, I'm not sure I know where this stuff is. I do remember seeing it on this machine at some point, but I don't remember where I put it. Downloads from Windows. Okay, what? This is gonna bug me now because I'm gonna try and find this shit. Can I just search BSP? I mean, maybe. Okay, well, I found the installation of that. Actually, that might actually be some of them. Hang on. Who knew? It's in the folder called Paintball 2. Who knew? Oh, God. Oh, my God. So, okay, so I do have some of them, yeah. Holy... Okay, so this is that Arcade Johnson. That is a map of the dorm building I was living in at that point when I was making those. The dates on these are not correct because it's copied a bunch of times across hard drives. So that 2020 date is not correct. The proper date for that is probably around 2010, I think. Yeah. 2010, 2011. Actually, no. 2008, I think, would actually be the right. 2007 to 2008. Maybe? Shit. 06 to 07. 06 to 07. Those are the correct dates for these. But yeah, this was something that was unfinished. This one is extremely unfinished. Do I actually have... What are these? Oh, I have more than one version of it? Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! I had no idea I had more than one version of it. I don't know what the hell these other ones are, honestly. Oh shit! I've actually got. Actually, is that in? Oh, that's in there. Okay. Or no, that's a different one. That's a different one. I should play them. Well, not now. I'll figure that stuff out later. But yeah, I won't play them now. Where the hell were the? Because I think I have some of the maps as well. Oh god. Okay, so part of the problem with that is .map is not specific to Quake or Paintball. Yeesh. A lot of unrelated stuff. Oh. Shit, I just looked in here. Well, there you go. I have the maps. Look at that. Do I have, I don't have Nightmare in here. I don't know what happened to that map. 2014. That's more correct. but I don't know about that. That doesn't seem right. 2012 is closer to correct. 2012, yeah. 1998 is incorrect. That one, okay, that's sampled that map. All right. That's gold. Warehouse, Twilight, tree. That's just a tree, I think. God, I don't remember what half these are. Do I get... Hang on, let me... Does this work? Oh my god, this might actually work. What the fuck is this? What is this? Oh, I remember what this was. Okay. Wow. Oh my god. Experimenting with using trees as like the walls and ceiling and shit. And let me search for Nightmare specifically. Hang on. Map info. Oh, okay. So the I have the BSP for it. The compiled map. I don't have the source map, right? Which would be this stuff here. I've only got the compiled one. Do I have the textures? L, enter. Yeah, I don't think I did any textures for this. So no textures are actually defined for any of these. This was like a test kind of thing going on. So that, you know, very unfinished, right? What the devil? Spiral thing? What the hell? My god, I remember this one. This one I put a lot of work into and never finished. Like a two-story kind of thing with walls that look, you know, that aren't square, basically. Right? Really interesting shit. This one I think I had textures on. I can't see them though. What the hell? It's been a long time since I've used this program. And this is an old version of it too. From 07? Jesus. Lava DM. This one isn't mine. This is someone else's, I think. I think this is someone else's. I don't remember making this one. I do remember looking at it though. Oh yeah, okay. So this is a test with the visuals for like a lava texture. That's what that was. Warehouse. This wasn't mine. This is someone else's. God. Oh, do I not have the map for I don't have the map for the Johnson one. That's unfortunate. This is certainly not mine. Oh my god. Jesus. Clips, what the hell is this? I think I was fucking out with the clipping box or something like that. What the hell is this? Right, so this one was making like a spike wall that actually hurts you. Seeing how well that moved, doesn't it? Is that movement on this thing? How do I select these things? Yeah, I don't look. These are all very, very old. All right. I don't know what the hell I was doing in any of these. So no, I'm not changing. No, I'm not saving any of those. Very, very old. Very, very old shit. Oh, another one. No, I don't have anything there. Or Maybe? Never mind. This is a different version of it. Beautiful. It crashed. Beautiful. Let's try the version that didn't crash. To be quick, Quake mode, because at least one relative texture path is missing. Texture is bad. Okay. Sure. Oh my God. Yeah, so this was the dorm I lived in at college. Obviously without the this bullshit, right? God. Yeah, my room was like right over here. I think it was that one on like the first floor, maybe. Jesus. This would be a terrible, yeah. This would be a terrible map. Terrible map to actually play in. Cause it's all dead ends. That's all it is. It's just dead ends. Right? And it's fucking massive too. It's huge. It is a massive map where if you're outside, there's so much visible. Right? So the engine can't like hide geometry very well. So the never released now. Like you'd have like horrible performance on its map because everything's rendered all the time, right? Because of, you know, the engine of Quake and all that. But God, that's that shit's old. That's just very old. Goddamn. Oh, very, very old. Anyway, all right. Let's see if we can fix some of this stuff here. Glad I brought it up. Yeah. No. I have enough distractions, or I don't need to be distracted again to revive some old fucking paintball shit. I don't need to be diving into that right now. I've got enough shit on my plate. God damn it, how dare you? How dare you? Oh God. But yeah, that's us from a long while ago. Paintball piece of arts. Oh. Anyway. All right. Formatter. No, not that. Here in DASM. Oh, ew. What is all this? Oh, get rid of all that. Ew. That stuff. No, that, 'cause that's old. Okay. That is okay. So that. Make run. All right. I don't know why that is giving a single space there. That should be more than just that. What the hell? Indent. I don't set indent to anything, do I? Indent equals set that to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is it off by 1? Okay, is that space coming from somewhere else? Yes, it is. Okay. Why? Oh, it's because of the join. Because oh my god. If f dot indent is greater than 0, parts equals append parts that yoink paste. All right. There we go. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still, why? Oh, because I need a -1 on that. There it goes. Wanna go back to stuff? Yeah, no worries. Glad if I have souvenirs. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy your stuff. I don't want -1 on the if. That's true, because that will, if it's 1, it'll just indent nothing, but the join at the bottom, because I'm joining parts, right? The join at the bottom will add that 1. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Okay, so to get the new lines after like a jump or a RTS, I need to know about those. Types as line count length. Let me actually just utilize line count for this. Maybe. So, okay, so I might combine these two into one, right? So each line, there's certain parts of the line, right? There's the indent. That's going to be the same for most things, except for obviously labels. There's an indent at the beginning. There's whatever that line is, either an opcode or byte data. Then after that is going to be some comments, right? Comments of a raw string, which would be this guy here, or address, raw string, and then text comments, right? So these, I think I'm going to combine into one, give it the line number and the label manager, right? So, ASM line int lm label manager string. Okay, so the line number being like specifically for ranges, right? Where say you have 64 bytes, but you want those 64 bytes only to be 8 bytes per line, right? The line count will give you the number of lines it needs, and then the formatter will loop through that, writing out one line per, using this to get the current line that it needs. So getting rid of those. Up. Yeah, because it adds that shit in there. Arg with op with arg with. So that Do I do anything with op width? I do not. That's going away. Arg width. Gonna change to ASM width. And that ASM width like that. I'm not going to get the arg stir. Instead, it's just going to be ASM for the line, but I need to know how many lines it has. Okay. Actually, I just need to do for I is 0, I is less than line dot line count I. And that I need to do for basically all of this, actually. I need to rework comments a little bit with that, too. One step at a time. Oh, shit. No, that's going to have to... Ooh. I basically need to recall... I need to run this entire function for every line. Oh, that's a bitch and a half, isn't it? Do that for now. That should at least get me types, outer data, decoded data. Turn 1. Label on the first line, no. So the label is outside of the line count thing, right? The line count, I basically want for... well, no, I suppose you could have other labels inside of like ranges, for instance, right? Decoded instruction, func, di, decoded instruction, line count, int, switch instruction, or di dot instr dot I'm gonna have to do name. No. Opcode. Data opcode. Case. Oh, bloody hell. No. Because I don't have access to that. That's in here. RTS, jump. Return 2. Return 1. What do you mean line counts are declared? What the hell? Decoded date. That is incorrect. Data. Stop it! This one is more correct, but whatever. Can I use decoded data? What do you mean? Why? Oh, yep. Okay, I added a thing and then forgot to actually implement it. Func dd decoded data ASM line label manager or line int label manager string return dd.op plus space plus argster. That was one of them. Yep. Func di instruction ASM line int lm label manager return di.op plus a space plus di.argster passing in the label manager. Already declared. How dare you? That wasn't used anyway, I don't think. I'm gonna find L. Oh. And then change anything. Cool. Neato. Awesome. It didn't even do what I thought it would do. Why does it work? Doesn't even let it implement it. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm writing the label separately. Yep. Yeah. There are a bunch in there. Okay. But it's not doing anything anywhere. That's neat. These are supposed to be data ranges here. Those are the vectors. Pending empties. You should still write that. If you print nothing or print an empty string, if I print line an empty string, it should print a line. In theory. Notice how I'm not actually like printing anything separately, right? We're gonna grab that. We're gonna come down here and put it right there. Also, I just noticed I broke comments. Comments are printing now. So that's cool. So they should be printing full, I think. Yeah, it should be printing full comments. Why isn't it printing any comments? What the fuck? Epic, how you doing? Comment level. Oh, because that's never set. That's why.
Yada yada sub message whatever.
Thank you for 78 months. Really appreciate that. Formatter dot comment level equals kufug dot global dot comments. Ew! Oh God! All right. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Because I don't. I removed. I don't set ASM width anywhere. That's not set anywhere. Oh boy. Okay. All right. All right. Long live the scuff. Yeah. Basically. Okay, better. I do want to make that 120. No. Not 201 either. There we go. That's starting to look decent. All right. Let's you give it as an art. Fucking really? What? Since when? What? Where the hell's the format thing in here? The format. Is that documented somewhere? Let's see at least. Would that be something like that? What? Okay. Shit. Wish I knew that before. Goddamn. Let's over here first. F dot ASM dot ASM width -1. How dare. Fucking how dare. God damn. I'm buried somewhere? With precision measured in units Unicode code points, that is runes, sure. This differs from C's printf, where units are always measured in bytes. Either or both of the flags may be replaced by the character star, asterisk, causing the values to be obtained from the next operand, preceding the one to format. Explicit argument indices. In printf, sprintf, and fprintf, the default behavior for each formatting verb is to format successive arguments passed in the call. However, the notation n, immediately before the verb, indicates that the nth one indexed argument is to be formatted instead. Same notation before a asterisk for width or precision. Interesting. Selects the argument index holding the value. It's processing a bracketed expression, subsequent verbs. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so all the times that I'm passing the same thing fucking twice, because I wanted it in decimal and hex in the fucking string, I can just use that. God damn it. Bad width, bad prick. Sure. Where's the other one? I see it over here on the sidebar, but where the hell is it? Is it in the example? It's in the example. Oh. Yeah. God damn it. Well, that makes things nicer, I guess. I need to get rid of these now. Those prints. Where the hell was that again? That was that in the types bank. No, DASM? Good, okay. Okay. Oh, I don't have. That's why those aren't ranges, because I didn't do the definitions. I only brought the definitions in from bank 1, not the fixed bank. Okay. Okay. And these we're just going to not really do right yet. Windows. Do one of those. Ranges. And labels. Okay. And here we're just going to comment out all this. No, Bubba, study box, SPX, Globals, what the hell? No. This one. Open read only. Yoink. Paste it all down here for now. We're going to change all of those to double slashes. Good. We're gonna change all of nope. We're gonna change all label to just that. Good. Okay. Down. Come on. There's a lot of goddamn labels, I'll tell you what. I think I'm going to uncomment a lot of those too. Paste. Okay. And then, for all this is again, actually let's do it this way. We're just gonna uncomment all of these. Yeah. That, and that. That one and that one and that one. That one and that one. Probably do a find your place with this as well, but whatever. All these comments are so the comments I don't fully implement yet. I think I might want to change around a little bit of the back end on how the comments work. So right now I'm treating them all as inline, right? Where they'll all go at the end of a line. I do want block comments working though properly. Or rather, I do want multi-line comments working. Now, I'm not sure if I want to. So I've thought about it a little bit, and I kind of want to define two separate types of comments per label: a comment label and a comment line and a comment block. Oops. Both of which are proper labels, obviously, but the only difference being where they are. In code, right? So like stuff over here would be a line comment, right? And it'd just be after all the stuff over there. Whereas a block comment or a comment block rather would be starting from the beginning of a line and before the code. Right? And I don't know if I want to allow both at the same time. Right? I think I might want to. But I will need to change up how I parse labels. Because I would need to add basically two more keys to each label, like CB for comment block and CL for comment label or line rather, right? To differentiate between the two. But I would also like to keep just the single comment and have that, depending on whether or not there's a new line in there, have that set it one or the other, right? We want both for the same address. I don't see any reason not to allow both since they don't really conflict. And it's comments anyway, so it's not like, oh, that's invalid whatever, invalid code. No, stop it. one more like that. These guys, put them up there. Why did I have these as separate? Because for the size? I think for the size, but that... D2A9. That is now handled with the ranges. So I should just be able to do that. Semicolon at the end of a line. Get rid of it. Okay. What's the line count? But that would just mean adding commentary below the instruction instead of above. Yeah, so I'm not against having multi-line comments for both, right? So, like, you know, up here. And, like, over here. Like that, right? So these are for the same exact instruction, right? But they're different comment types, right? And these comments would always start at the same like column, yeah. Right. I see. Yeah, I would want to reserve space for the address and the raw, if that's turned on, for one, right? If not, that just won't be there. This stuff will just have an address on it, right? Not a what's it? Not the actual values there, because the values are already fucking printed, right? So whatever. Although, if those are labels, that might be a good idea to have it like whatever. I might want to comment those differently though. Like if it were a label, I think I'd want to why is undo doing all that stuff? What the hell? Sure. Okay, whatever. Undo was undoing things that it didn't do. What the fuck? Huh? Okay, sure. Invalid range. Oh! Error in, reading included fixed. Oh, shit. Right. Because I changed that. Bytes. And adder isn't going to be correct at all for any of these. Change that to address. Start and end are fine. Comments are fine. Okay. Go up like that. Expected that. Got semicolon. Line 400 and... Okay, let me... thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. There it is. E test data SBX underscore fixed line 424. Is this actually correct? Yes, it is. Oh my God. Okay. Address at a range too low. Really? I need to add some more information to that. Bank. What? Oh, because I... Label, range. Okay. Too low. Four. Let's just do that. I don't like that ended, but sure. So it's a range. R. Okay. So they are all ranges. Too low. DA29. D2A9. D2. Huh? What do you? What? Too low. Address. If that is before begin. What? Labels will only apply to word data blocks, right? Not byte ones? They start correct syntax. Yes? Start as correct syntax. I think. No, it's address. Let me do this instead. Config parse. There we go. I just sure. It's not starting at the correct spot, number one. So that's cool. Error for unknown keys. I think I have. No, I don't have one actually. Yeah, so I do need to clean up a lot of the config parsing, specifically around validation, because I'm leaving off a lot of validation stuff. Like I can define 2 sets of ranges, and it won't error out. It'll just overwrite one of them, right? Like I can specify size twice, I think, right? Like if I just do that, yeah, it doesn't error out. It should, but it doesn't. So that is something that I'm aware of that I know I need to fix, but I'll get to it eventually. Yeah. Excuse me. That's not correct though. Well, not that right there. They shouldn't be starting there. That should be starting somewhere else. That should be starting a little. God damn it. Push that out some more, but whatever. That should actually be configurable, honestly. Yeah, I'll have to make that configurable. And then a lot of the stuff I have to do is, with this specifically, is start defining the window switching stuff, which I didn't have defined. I don't already have defined anywhere, so I have to actually go through and start doing that. No, don't record. Desm. Make that 30. Just for shits and giggles. Run. Yeah, so these need to be in the config. Yeah, it's not spacing it out correctly. Oh, I know why. Yeah, so that okay. That actually needs to be. That's types here, and then roster. So this one I'm doing right. This one I'm not. Minus 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. That. There we go. That's better. Okay. Yeah. So I want the comments to all start on the same column, right? Which just means I need this to be the same size before the trims and all that. Good. Okay. What in the fuck? Why are there just bytes there? What the hell? F 0 1 2 and 3. What the hell? Hang on. What? Bank 0. C1 EF. Oh shit! I'm eating bytes. How the fuck? E8, C8, C010, C010. The rest of those are fine. Is it just on the store? C1FF. No, it's on the LDA for that. No. C9 1D. Load A. C1D. B1 50. That one's not correct. Because that is zero page. That's a zero page thing. Hang on. How did I fuck that up? How did I fuck that up? These indirects need to be up here. What the fuck? How did I fuck that up? What? Okay. Let's do this. Okay. All right. Jesus. Those I'll need to fix or figure out the multi-line stuff. Are there any word tables that I defined? I don't think so. What the fuck is that? God damn, it shouldn't be decoding those as instructions. No matter what's in there. Also, I love that this is repeating the same comments over and over and over and over again. That's fucking hilarious. It shouldn't be decoding any of those. Why is it decoding those? What the hell? No, not the debug. I don't care about the debug. Wrong bank. I want the fixed. Because it's not a range. That's why. God damn it. All right. God damn it. So I have to clean up a bunch of my own stuff. And for these, you know what? Actually, let me see if I can get that fixed. Where the hell is that? Is that in down here? I don't think so. No, it's in the formatter. Label, okay. If label that address does not equal address, label offset is 0. Offset equals actually, let's do it this way. If label dot size does not equals 1 or is greater than 1, else plus string plus D. Label.name and label offset. Don't need to make a new variable there, but whatever. Ah! Huh? 62. Oh, it's an error thing. Yep. All right. I mean, technically correct. I don't think that's correct with the syntax of what's it? The assembler. So you know what? We're gonna undo that real quick. Actually, I think. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean that's not right anyway. Yeah, so we'll see. Reference, but not here. You probably don't want the repeated labels. Yeah, I don't want the repeated labels. Number one. Yeah. Is this going to be something like the IL disassembly 1000 for C sharp? Hey, by the way, Zahari, am I saying that right? I haven't used that. I mean, it's a disassembler. It's for 6502 code, not C sharp. So the targets are completely different. So the reason I'm working on this project is because the disassembler I was using has limitations that are getting in my way. So I said, fine, I'll do it myself. Here I am. Yeah. Now the difficult part that I'm working on is getting stuff formatted correctly. I think I have, for the most part, some stuff will probably have to change a little bit here and there. But for the most part, I have all of the internal data structures working correctly. But I need to work on, number one, getting stuff formatted right, and number two, fixing what I can fix. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I think I want to do it like this here. If address equals label dot address, print it once. What is all this? Oh, that's all inside of. Okay, yeah, that's all inside of the data. All right, that's a lookup table. Yep. Okay, that I don't have defined anywhere. Okay, there we go. That's more of what I want, I think. Yeah. I was looking at my 4th year software development. Ooh, but high level. Can't imagine ever having to go lower. Lower isn't that bad. Lower's fun. Why don't I have this highlighted? What the fuck? How is CLV not highlighted? I mean, it's not correct here, but what is CLV again? No, I want 6502. CLV. Clear overflow. How the fuck did I miss that one? Oh, it's because I never use the overflow. I never clear it, I guess. I'll have to fix that in my Vim syntax later, I think. Not now. I'm not digging into that shit now. No. I've got bagels, by the way. I'm just gonna open, or I'm just gonna munch on one of them. All right, so I gotta add a bunch of shit now. Diff, config, parse. All right, am I trying to solve something that has not even been solved, or using already existing proven algorithms and patterns? So a lot of what I do is reverse engineering of older hardware, right? Things like this. This is a study box. It's like a tape drive thing for the Famicom, right? I've got a bunch of other obscure hardware, right? And with my last project, the Soseki Fami, let me actually get a picture of it real quick. My previous method for reverse engineering kind of fell apart with it, right? No, I want to go over to this folder. I said this folder. Image, Soseki Fami. Now, so it's this thing right here. It's the Soseki Fami. Basically, it adds some more RAM and does some other weird switching bullshit. Point is, the emulator that I use to step through code doesn't support this thing, right? So my former workflow of going through here and setting labels directly in this editor here, which is this is Messen, which is the emulator for it, right? It's got a fantastic debugger in it. Anyway, that kind of fell apart because not only was it running code in RAM that Messen didn't think existed, it was running code off of a floppy disk, so from RAM, essentially, right? So none of this disassembling workflow would work with that at all. Because with Messen, it's all very tied to like PRG ROM, right? For labels and addresses and shit. So I can't set that kind of stuff inside of RAM and have it mean anything, right? So I had to take my disassembly efforts outside of this. And I was using a program called DA65, which is part of the CC65 compiler suite. And I started hitting a bunch of walls, a bunch of problems. All of them kind of small, but they built up enough. And then I hit one problem that I couldn't get, that I couldn't let slide. I couldn't really work around, which was two problems, really. One that basically limits the number of comments I could have to 256, which is absolutely not. No, we're not doing that. I need more than 256 comments. Damn it. And the one that made me really realize this limit existed in the first place was comments are limited to 256 characters, which is unacceptable. Absolutely not. No, I need goddamn paragraphs for some of this shit. So at that point, I went, screw it. I'll do it myself. Spent about a week or so figuring out the configuration format, which is none of that, actually. Let me open one of them up. That's the debug thing that I need to get rid of. This format here, or let me get into here. This format here, defining a bunch of labels and ranges and all that kind of stuff. So this was step one, getting this all figured out, parsing this. To get this parser working, I I did write it myself, but I followed a design from someone else. God, what was his name? The shit. Rob Pike. I followed his design for the most part for making a parser, Elixir parser. I did have to modify it a bit. I mean, his had a bunch of like pseudocode. That is 14 years old, so the language has evolved a little bit since then. But I expanded it on a little bit to give things like line numbers and columns and shit, right? So I can find where the errors were. But I use that. I use Rob Pike's base. I use Rob Pike's design as a base and expanded on top of that. As for the actual disassembly of things, or the decoding of instructions, that was rather straightforward. It's basically a map lookup, right, with some fancy crap around it. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I'm following the not to the T. I did have to change some stuff, like the EOF, for instance. I had to change a little bit. My types are different than what he has because it's a different scope and a different format that I'm parsing. I had to expand a bit on some of the other things he's doing, but the base design of, like, you know, the returning states and all that kind of stuff. Actually, I can show you. So I go over here. Welcome, by the way. How you doing? Into here. This is the Elixir here. So that's the main object. Inputs just a raw byte array, slice, whatever. I did extract some stuff out into structures. This is the start and position, right, and the width. Those were the original in his original presentation, right? I added line and column as well as start line and delta stuff, so I could do the line counts correctly. And for his backup, he just basically did, just change this variable to that variable. Well, that kind of broke with what I was doing, so I had the backup is just entire previous now, right? So for backup, it's just current equals previous. None of this, like, you know, subtract these numbers and do this and that, because the line delta is kind of fucked up. Parsing can be an interesting thing to optimize because you can get to the point where I/O is a bottleneck. Yeah, the instructions disassembly itself is simpler than the config parsing, which may sound backwards, but it's true. Oh yeah, the disassembly itself. I mean, that's basically what this is right here. What this is the opcode, the actual byte for the opcode. It's a map of them, right? And it's defining an instruction. It's giving it a name, and giving it an address mode, right? That address mode is what tells the disassembler how large that instruction is. It's either a a 1-byte opcode, or like a 2-byte opcode. There's another 2-byte, 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 or a 3-byte opcode, right? And then from there, the rest of the decoding is just formatting, right? So if I go over to here and then, I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the formatting for the actual arguments, right? Like the indexing arguments and how it's all displayed and all that kind of crap, right? Great easy design. Return the state as a function. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Works well. Works really well. So a lot of the instruction decoding I've done is some copy paste, essentially, from my emulator project. And even then, I mean, the only thing I was really copy pasting that I needed to copy paste was this right here, which is just a list of the opcode name as a constant and the actual value for it, right? When I originally wrote this out, this was just very, very tedious, right? That's all that was. But I already had all that written out, so I just need to copy paste that over. Does the rat have a name? Not yet. Should I name it? I set out one trap before stream. I need to set out some more. Maybe I might bait one or two of them. Get that little fucker. Oh. Johnny's Jr. Yeah, the bastard, like, so I had some hot dog rolls. I just hitting up some hot dogs to eat, right? And I put them on top of the fridge because I figured that's a safe spot to put them. It's not, apparently. I go to take them out of the bag, and there's like a massive chunk missing from one side. Look at the bag. There's a little hole in the bottom of the bag. Oh, cool, fantastic. All right, beautiful. Oh, bastard. I know that had to have happened last night because yesterday it wasn't eaten. $5 Johnny's Jr. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about Johnny because again, study box, right? So I can't disrespect Johnny. All right. How do I get rats? So, my place isn't very well sealed, and it's fucking cold outside. So, yeah, there you go. Thank you, Flo. Appreciate that. Yeah, in the cold snap the other day. Yeah, in the cold snap the other day. So weeks leading up to it, it was like what? Getting down to maybe 30 something degrees at night, give or take, maybe hitting 20s. And then a cold snap happened and it got down to like 5 for like 1 or 2 nights in a row or something like that, right? So that first night, I woke up in the middle of the night to one of those fuckers eating cardboard. Yeah. Where do I live? New England. I live up in New England, a little south of Boston. Oh, -1 Celsius. Yeah, it is currently. Yeah, let me have a look. It's not gonna get too cold today. Only it's 16 degrees Fahrenheit here. It's not too bad. In freedom units. A little colder than it was forecasted, but yeah. Yeah, tonight it's gonna get down to 15. That's not terrible. Tomorrow it's gonna get down to 10. Tuesday it's gonna get down to 8. Then 7 on Wednesday. 3 on Thursday. Fuck off. God damn. We're like 5 centimeters on the moon in the span of 3 hours. That's not too bad. There around Frankfurt, things like snow or rain are not that common. Really? 7 C here in Ireland, same temp as it is in summer. Yeah, I think up in Canada right now, where my friend Darky Boots is, it is practically every goddamn weekend. He's not there right now. He decided not to go up to Canada this weekend. For 2 reasons. Reason number 1 is when he would have been coming back down this way, blizzard conditions. And he's like, yeah, I don't think so. Reason number 2, it's getting to like 40 below up there this weekend. And 40 below is that temperature where it's the same in both Fahrenheit and Celsius. So, Oh. Fucking hole. What about the exam? Exam? We're about getting there. Hooray! I remember. So when the first college I was at was down in South Carolina, right? Not deep South, but like still South, right? And the year I was there, so I was only there for a year. I couldn't fucking stand that place. It snowed for the first time in like a decade plus, maybe like 20 years or something stupid, right? And going down there, as someone that grew up in New Jersey with family in New England, right? It was hilarious. Hilarious seeing a quarter inch of snow, maybe a dusting, basically, right? And everything shutting down. It was hilarious. Everyone freaked the fuck out. Oh my God, snow, shut it all down! Ah! And there I am, just walking around on campus. Oh, why is everything closed? It's only a little bit of snow. Russian exam tomorrow. Good luck. Good luck. Oh. All right. If this, oh God, I need to remove those print lines. Yeah, let me do that real quick. That's on here. This guy, that guy. I'll keep that there for now. Oh, I need to get rid of the debug. This bullshit. No, not that one. This. Don't want that. Moving a lot of stuff. I can barely count to 10. Oh no! Oh no! That's pretty much nothing. Yeah. What happens is realize it does there. They don't have any of the gear experience to deal with it. Yeah. So that's one of the big concerns with the storm that's going right now. Is a lot of the people it's fucking with aren't prepared, and I don't mean like individually prepared. I mean like the state doesn't have the infrastructure to deal with ice on the roads, right? Like it's from like Texas to DC is just all ice essentially. From what I'm seeing, right? And none of those states have the infrastructure to deal with it, right? The plows, the salt or whatever, right? Anything to clear the roads. Whereas up here, I mean, we'll be fine. I mean, my power hasn't even flickered, right? Whereas, can I get a power outage map actually? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Last reason in Texas they were fucked and their senator was fleeing to Cancun. Remember that, yeah. Oof. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Live power outages. Tennessee, 300,000. Mississippi, 147,000. Louisiana, 131. I checked earlier today for where I am. 10 in the whole state. 10. I don't know what it is now, but most of red states. Yeah. Texas, 71,000. Yeah, like, God. What? Can I zoom in? No, I can't zoom in. very concentrated in Alabama. Tennessee, yeah, it's a strip of Tennessee. Yep. I wish I could zoom in on this. Can I zoom? Oh, well, okay. I want to see, like, the more detailed stuff in the... Legacy? No, basic. This map is garbage. Don't get why you guys have so many problems with arguably fairly normal weather. It feels like after an inch of snow, half the country collapses. Yeah. It's not just snow. It's not just snow. It's also rain. And one of the more recent tragedies that happened, I forget where it was. Shit. Was it in Texas? But there was one flood that killed a bunch of people. Let's see, zoom in. Oh, do I not have the? I don't think I have the JavaScript for that loader or something. I don't know. But yeah, so there was one flood that hit a like a summer camp, right? Like, was it like a girl summer camp? I don't know. I don't remember exactly. But it hit a summer camp, killed a bunch of people, right? And then in the investigation, they found out that early warning detection systems were not working, number one. And number two, this had been brought up in previous years, and like the budget had been shot down for it or something stupid, right? And that is basically what happens across everything. Ooh, thank you. God. Is politicians don't give a shit because it's not right now. Oh, we don't need it right now. No one has any foresight to be like, oh, well, we should probably, like, you know, prepare for something like this. Like, oh, but it's Texas. It's always warm in Texas. Okay. Say that to everybody that had all their pipes freeze a year or two ago, whenever it was, right? When Texas was just obliterated with ice. And, like, half the state was out of power or some shit. Huh? Yeah. That's insane, though. Yeah. Right on the edge of, you can tell exactly where, you got the worst. No, man, hang on. But the second, software developer by day, working in C#, VB.NET, and SQL. Do you still have the same stack, or have you moved to any other company where you code mainly in Golang? If he codes in Golang, like stream and work, or just for streaming? A little bit at work. Mostly what I'm doing at work is PLB based. I am squeezing in some Go here and there. But I'm at the point now at my current position where I am biding my time. I'm just waiting to leave. The company is a shit company. It was bought out by a better company, but getting from the shit company way of doing things to what the new company's doing is a long fucking road. Long, painful road that I don't think I want to be involved in. So I might just jump ship. But yeah, but as far as my place of employment, it's mainly a Windows shop with C#, C# and like VB.NET, and SQL. Not that I have access to fucking any of that right now, but yeah, the stack I'm usually dealing with is This PLB and some Go that I've shoehorned into different places. There someone's first saw it since fixing was suggested. Yeah, but just as clearly by it being shut down, societies don't care if people die. Societies don't care if people die. Yeah, they don't want to spend the money on it because they don't want to be. I don't know why. Honestly, it's a piece of shit. You know worse. If I don't have some more time to actually chime in. If I don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Good luck on your Russian test. No. I tell you good luck in Russian, but I don't know any Russian. The only Russian I do know is like hello. Привет. That's all I know. What? No. I don't know how to pronounce that. But yeah, so it's basically that across the entire country, right? So if it isn't something that happens every year, right? No one thinks to put any money into it because like, oh, that was just a freak accident that happened last year. And it's just people severely misunderstanding how weather works. No worries. No worries. But, Spasibo. What was I doing? Niftasm. Oops, nope. Add that. So these commit messages are gonna be absolute ass, by the way, because so much shit's changing. I just don't feel like documenting all of it. Basically. Heck, I have a cold snap when the climate is warming. Yeah, right. By people that fundamentally misunderstand how climate works. You know. Yeah, it's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse. Yep. Yeah, it isn't a general like, oh, it's just gonna be a little bit warmer in the summer. It's gonna be a little bit warmer in the winter. No, it's gonna be warmer in the summer and colder in the winter. Right? Destroy the Gulf Stream, plunging. Yeah, the Gulf Stream is what's holding back. Or no, what is it? It's like a polar vortex kind of thing, right? Right, which basically keeps the really cold Arctic air up in the Arctic. And when Texas froze last time, that was because that was weakening, which allowed that air to get lower down, right? Extreme in all kinds of ways. Yeah, not good ways. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know how to fix it. I don't know, because it's not like we don't know how to fix it from a technical perspective. We do. It's the political perspective that is challenging, right? Ocean clouds will also end the world's largest waterfall, which is also underwater. Yeah. You don't get someone not understanding how that works. It's like salinity. It's the different densities of the water. Don't worry about it. All right. I need to clean this up a little bit. Temperature, yeah. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that and that. I do not want that syntax. And okay. Add that. Add that. It's different here. We're not adding that yet. Test data sbx dot. Let me just do star.config. Different types. Line. I'm gonna leave that commented out there because that's correct, or more correct rather. No. 3.5 kilometers tall. Jesus. 110 million cubic feet of water per second. That's a lot of water. A lot of water. Yeah. It's a lot of water. Oh, I'm just going to delete that. I'm not going to comment that. I'm just going to straight up delete that. Because that's all done somewhere else now. Types, header data, I think, right? That one we're keeping in. This one we're getting rid of, though. You know, add assembly. So we're not going to add label. I think everything but label. Not label. No, I need a partial on the label. Damn it. Okay. Types, header data, types, ASM, types, range, partial, types, label. No. Yes. Commit. So the formatter bit, fixed or added size to tweaked ranges in the config. To do lots of config verification. Count implementations for multi-line comments. Comment blocks versus comment lines. Range strides. And probably some other stuff that I'm forgetting. But that's good enough for now. All right. Progress. Progress. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll and clean up these sesame seeds. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm back. For some reason, it feels a lot later than it is. You know, it's only 6 o'clock. I've only been going for 3.5 hours. Feels like I've been going for more than that. I don't know why. Ugh, excuse me. All right. I kind of want to. Well, I don't want to have to figure out. I don't want to try and figure out the multi-line stuff right now. And I don't want to do the verification stuff right now either. I kind of want to start, like, reworking my disassembly project to use this now. Stuff here. Maybe. This is Soseki Fami stuff. Oh my god. This isn't even what's it? Study box stuff. You know, like, see all this stuff? Like, this is like redundant, right? I'm not sure that's really needed for bytes that are literally right there. These. Should I just have, like, should I do something like that? And if it had like another one, like a, you know, no, adder, or no, LDFF0, like that. Actually, DFF0. That would probably be a pain in the ass to actually get working correctly, though. Especially lining shit up. That would be a royal pain in the ass, I think. Yeah. And I do want to respect Stride for addresses like this. So I could have more than one address on a line, right? I'm not sure how I would want to necessarily represent that, you know? Also, I would need to figure out, I think, this kind of thing, right? So this right here, a range is defined here. And there's a label in the middle of that range. Beanie, what the fuck? The hell? Oh, this is part of what's it? The pre-copy loop, I think. Yeah, because this is post-copy, so that's the pre-copy loop. Oh no, this is the pre-copy loop down here. What the hell? But yeah, printing out a label in the middle of a range would be interesting. You don't support labels within ranges anyway. You already verified that, so these would have to be separate ranges. That's true. That's only true if the range has a name. If I've named it. So because it only looks for overlapping labels if it tries to put a label down. And it only tries to put a label down if the range is named. Otherwise, I don't think it does. I don't think it tries. What would that be? Was that in here? That wasn't in here, was it? Nope. Yeah. If there's a label, only if we try and make a label do we check for overlap. There's only check for labels, not for ranges. Yes. Is that why you had to move that loop? Which one? The one decoding everything? Not necessarily. I mean, strictly speaking, it doesn't need to be two loops. Yeah. I'll be preparing lunch for tomorrow. What you having for lunch? Strictly speaking, that could just be one loop. I had him as one loop before, but misunderstood how I wrote a different part of things. Cheese sandwich. What? What? Just a cheese sandwich? I immediately think of that one guy from Top Gear. Cheese. He just puts the cheese out on the table. Fucking. I know you can't hear this. I know. Don't worry about it. Cheese. Cheese. I know you couldn't hear that because I don't have the audio pipe through right now. A little? Yeah. Yes, I actually have it as an MP4. Oh.
Here we go.
There we go.
Cheese, 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 butter. Spread it on the bread.
Dumb as hell, but that's what you made me think of. All right, that's all your fault. I'm blaming you for that. Okay, it's your fault. Peeling the wax thing off the slices is a bit tedious though. It's on a comfortable edge, and that's the best part. The hard part is on the rind. Village Gouda. Gouda? I know I'm not saying that right. Is that just pronounced Gouda? You know, trust me, I know. I don't have to trust you to know that one. All right. Right. I'm not sure there's anything else I want to work on stream tonight. Oops. Add that. How dare you? How dare you, actually? There we go. It's only labeled. It's only for labeled. Yeah, only for the labeled rangers. Yep. Only for the labeled rangers. If it's unlabeled, it's free to have it in there, I guess, right? Then again, if actually, I don't think I do this yet. Hang on, actually, let me go into types editor data here. I don't cover the Dakota data right now. Actually, yeah, I could do it here. If label dot address does not equal, you want dat. No. String plus d label dot name and uint dat minus label dot address. Else. And then down here, basically doing the same thing for this. Oh yeah, the reference bullshit. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. That's gonna be a royal pain in the ass to figure out. Where did I just change that? Where? Oh, that right there. Okay. If label dot address does not equal di.arg, where did I get label? And the address mode does not equal relative. Else that's going to be di.arg minus label dot address. UN in what the fuck? No, everything should be UN. What the hell? Oh no, the arg is integer because yeah, because relative stuff. No, not that one. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now, does that actually apply to any of... I need to get rid of those debugs. Test, data, startup, debug. Or no, I'm just going to get rid of them because I'm not generating them anymore. Oh my god! Did that actually work? Maybe. So argument D, 36 and 37. I think that actually fucking worked. Holy shit. Oh my god. That's fucking beautiful, actually. And then, so to get that same thing working with relative mode, I basically just need to grab this as as the label address that I'm comparing against, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now because branching into a label that is more than the size of one, so you're branching into data. So I'll leave that out for now. Probably gonna bite me in the ass later, but yeah, whatever. Treated the way you've spread the formatting across both the types and the formatter. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to... I need to refactor a bunch of stuff. A lot of the shit that's in the types namespace shouldn't, I don't think, be in there. The types namespace should honestly be just a bunch of fucking... what's it? Interfaces. And these instructions, right, this decoded instruction, this right here, should really be in the instructions namespace, right? Would I want +0 for the first byte of multi-byte labels? You know, I probably do, actually, yeah. So that'd be not if it is not equal, but if the label.size is greater than 1. Oops. Oh. Yeah. I like that. I like that, actually. Yeah, it's one thing that either Messin or DA65 didn't do that. I forget which. I think Messin might, but I think the A65 might not. Right? Or vice versa. I forget. But yeah, I do like having the +0 on there. No. Yeah. This is good though. 4501. Isn't that? Hang on. That is. Isn't that in the global? No, it is not. That is in this bastard. That's in there. And I haven't really done much with the RAM banks. I don't even load them in right now, I don't think. I do it in it right there, but thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I don't think I'm loading this into the label manager at all, which I would have to get the labels working there, because right now it's just what's it? It's just yeah, ignoring it essentially. It's seeing the window and seeing nothing mapped into the window, and because nothing's mapped into the window, it doesn't auto assign a label. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I got to figure out something specific for the RAM banks, I think. Because yeah, like I said, right now I'm just straight up fucking ignoring all of them. So none of this stuff is actually used anywhere. Essentially, it's there. It's not dropped into disassembled code anywhere. So I would need RAM banks. I would need to add separately RAM banks. I think. Maybe. Well. No, I would need to just make this an interface. Okay, so I would just need to the labels and like a get label and a get range for an address. This is backwards, number one. If not okay, make it. Then at that point, we have that, so it does get referenced in there. Jesus, why do I have to make stuff so goddamn complicated sometimes? Banks and RAM banks should not be all that different for most parts of the code. Yeah, so basically the only difference is for the RAM banks, I'm not trying to disassemble anything. So it won't be iterated over in that main disassembly loop. It's just that I need those labels available. essentially. And I'm also not doing any of the switching for the ranges yet. So this right here, I'm not using this. I'm not calling this right now. So nothing is being swapped out. Right. Oops. So the only reason that Bank 1 can find Bank 0 stuff is because I have that defined in here as load the fixed bank on init. Same thing with same thing with the load bank as well. So I can find each other. And I'm not even sure if this is correct, honestly. Like, they might both initialize to bank 0, the fixed bank. I honestly do not remember. I'll have to go back and check the init code to see if it sets it anywhere. If it does, I'll just set it there. But I'm not going through and
just wait for the tone.
I'm not looking at this stuff right now. Getting those set up. That shouldn't be that bad, actually. I'll need to know the unit value for those.
The person you're trying to reach is not available right now.
Yeah, so I need a lm.init.
If you need further assistance, enter
And then
now.
here, if bank.kafuga windows
Please leave your name, number,
address
and a message after the tone.
if okay, lm.swap window, I think I called it right.
Goodbye.
Set window. Sweat, no. Set. Oh, I need no, I need to be able to change more than one window at a given address. So I do need to actually I need types bank. So yeah, this needs to be expanded into in a range of bank window, a slice of it rather. So then at that address, make all of those changes. For when in range wins set what's the no up here, window name, bank name, win dot bank, like that, I think, right? Yes. And then in the configs, I have to verify this stuff. Yeah. As soon as I code, but you don't really need the if anymore. That gives you an empty slice for that unset address. That's true. Yeah. And then I'll need another init down there. Yeah, might as well do the exact same thing. Well, might as well. Right? Maybe? I don't know. Does that make sense to change that here? Yes, because there are there's a lookup table here for the handlers, and a bunch of those handlers are in a different bank. So yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So now I just need to populate that and make an init. Yeah. V dot Windows equals append Windows win dot address yoink paste with the window. Right? That feels far too simple. That feels way too simple. It's probably gonna bite me in the ass in a bit, but whatever. Label manager. Okay, so I need an init function. Pipes window def. Ooh. Which is basically just gonna be this again. lm.defs equals Windows, like that. Grab this, yoink it, put it there. lm.init. So now it can be initted a few times, and then this lm.defs, like that. Would have been a lot more annoying if it maps because we have to return the zero value. Yeah. Well, the zero value for size wasn't usable one. Yeah. I can talk about the next guy whether there's snow on the ground as it's physically lighter outside. Yeah. I can't really see it right now, but I'm sure if I turn my lights off, I could see light shining through my shades a little bit. Yeah. Those changes felt way too easy. Okay, there we go. All right. Cannot range over that. Oh, because it's the wrong. Yeah, that's that. Because that is this. lm set. set window. There it is. All right, there we go. There we go. 122 reference L dot references plus plus. Oh, that was a different change. So did that actually work? I don't actually know. Oh, I don't have the I don't think I have the tables set up in here, do I? Why? References on those. So that's that reference thing right there. So it's dropping down on anonymous because there's a comma, a comment, but there's no references on that guy. So this isn't really correct, actually. Is it? Well, no. Okay, so that's for auto labels. Label does not equal nil. Yeah, okay. Where did I have the anonymous stuff in here? Did I have the anonymous stuff in here? I don't think I don't know if I did. Label.name. That's just this. If label.name equals that, and label.references is greater than 0. I can put that on one line later, but whatever. That broke literally everything, didn't it? That broke literally everything. Cool. Why? Actually, if label let me just do if label references is greater than. Everything that is set automatically has 0 for references. I want the or. Does not equal that. Or something's still not right. Wait a minute. Is that referenced somewhere? That might be referenced somewhere then. Huh, because these ones aren't doing it. So why is that guy doing it? No. That one's got a reference on it. What the fuck is going on here? E7, E6. It's not even on that. Yes, it is. It's on the list. That's the last one on the list. Oh, because if the name is that, get rid of that. No, so it's printing double. It's printing double. Number one. But that also I don't think is actually referenced anywhere. Because that branch would have to be relatively close. I need to add like references, like the where they're referenced to the label, I think. That'd be a bitch and a half though, I think, wouldn't it? Are you sure you want to modify the label itself instead of putting an empty name? No, I'm not sure. Oh, these are all in here. Sharing a comment after with all addresses of jumps going to it. I could. I don't know how you detect it as an anon label elsewhere. Anon being empty name essentially. But these guys, for whatever reason, have that in there. Like, why the fuck do I? Yeah, so it's doubling it up for all of them. So that is just like. It's not even in here. What the fuck? What? That's jank as hell. I'll have to find where that is. I'm tired. I need to, I think I need to wrap up. Yeah. Wrap up, get some food. Dust off my car. For it to get covered again by tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap up. I'm running out of steam, so whatever. Let's see who's live. I'm gonna raid somebody. But I got a bunch done today, which is nice. I'm glad I got a bunch done. Still a lot more to do. But we're making progress. We are making progress. Oh my god, is he actually coding something? Holy shit. Holy shit, he's actually coding something. Oh my god. I know who we're going to. Or wait, is he? Okay, he is coding something. He's got music on stream. Anyway, come with me to say hi. I'd appreciate it. I'll be back Friday. Doing stuff, probably more. I'll be doing more of this if it's not done. If it's not done by then. Otherwise, I'll be probably going back to some reverse engineering stuff. I don't know. It'll be in this realm of things. But yeah, you guys have a good night. Thank you for being here as always. Appreciate it. And I hope to see you next time. Bye-bye.